Pretend that's a gavel. I'd like to call to order the Executive Committee meeting of Beaufort County Council. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Ms. Brock, have we complied with FOIA requirements?
Yes, ma'am, we have.
All right, it's been posted. I'd like a motion to approve the agenda for the executive committee.
So moved. A second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Moved by Mr. Passman, seconded by Mr. Glover. We will be going into executive session under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A1 to engage in discussion incident to employment, appointment, compensation of a person regulated by a public body, i.e. interviews for agencies, boards, and commissions with zero fiscal impact. I'd like a motion to go into executive session.
A motion.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brown. Second? Second. All right, thank you, Mr. Passman. We will now go into executive session. How's that?
Okay, it works.
Oh, yeah, we have to vote. Everybody vote to go to executive session?
Okay.
All right. In executive, let's go. I was so worried we weren't gonna get anybody. Okay, we are out of our executive committee. I'm waiting for one more.
I know I put on like 5 pounds, but I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, please, where are they? Tell the other three they have to come back out.
They're coming.
Okay.
Online, they're about to rejoin this room.
Oh, no, I meant the other three that were inside with us. We were
You gonna sit up here with
rapid
us?
fire.
Oh, yeah, okay.
17 people.
Okay.
No, that
Time we were
one's
on
mine,
the
give
we
this to
talked
me.
about golf carts. So, you know, you don't get one. Yeah, it was like packed room.
Okay. I'd like to call to order the caucus meeting for council on Monday, January 26th, 5:30 PM. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I closed it, I banged it already.
Okay.
Did you move it? Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Chair, you didn't adjourn executive committee.
I banged my gavel.
Going to start this meeting, sorry. Can you
No,
adjourn?
I banged to end the last one.
Just close it out, please.
Just close it, start this one. I have to hit the table. How's that? Okay. All right, Ms. Brock, have we complied with FOIA requirements?
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Thank you. I'd like a motion to approve the agenda for the caucus meeting. Thank you, Mr. Passman. Do I have a second?
Second that?
Ms. Brown, thank you. Council member discussion. We don't have any, all right? We don't talk to each other. I'm only kidding. Executive session under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, seeking legal advice related to discussion of negotiations incident to pending litigation or other matters covered by attorney-client privilege, i.e. the road use fee litigation. And B, under South Carolina Code 30-4-70A2, seeking legal advice related to discussion of negotiations incident to pending litigation or other matters covered by the attorney-client privilege, update related to Hatcher Holdings versus Beaufort County, Prospect Road on Defusky Island. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
A motion.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. We will go into executive session. There may or may not be matters coming out. Oh, we have to vote. Sorry. All in favor? I'm trying to keep moving. Okay, thank you. There may or may not be items coming out of executive session, but we'll see you in a little while. Caucus, and there are motions to be made, so Mr. Passman, please.
Coming.
Oh, okay.
Kellen is still ready to vote.
Oh, where is he?
Motion.
Oh, we'll wait 1 second for Mr. McKellen. 1 second's over. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, we missed Mr. Glover. Where'd he go?
You're more than welcome to sit closer to me if you'd like old times.
We may need 5 minutes to let everybody settle and get the room set back up.
I was gonna do that between caucus and regular meeting.
And just
Okay.
take a breath.
I'm waiting for Mr. Glover.
I turned the list in too for the county chat.
Did you type it up?
No, I'm just talking about,
Yeah, they can maybe.
I did, I
look at it.
typed it up, but I have to, I got it.
Out, Mr. Glover?
Probably him locked out at the door. Here he is.
Get out of here.
Okay, so I brought us back, and we're back from caucus. We have motions that are coming out of caucus.
Yes, I have a motion as a result of our discussion in executive session, item 6A, which is the road use fee litigation. I move that council continue to use the firm of Burr Foreman and attorney Tracy Green to represent the county in the case of Jane Culkin versus HHI, Beaufort County, and Maria Walls.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
That was Mr. Lawson seconding it. Any discussion, question, comment? All right, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All right, thank you very much. Mr. McEllen, you have a motion.
Is this live? Yeah, okay. I'd like to make a motion as a result of the discussion that was held in executive session for a title search as far back as records exist for the property in question in the Hatcher Holdings case. That would be the property on Defusky Island.
All right, motion by Mr. McEllen, seconded by Mr. Lawson. Any question or comment from council members? All right, thank you. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. And we do have 2 council members online, just so everybody knows. All right, thank you. That concludes the executive session and our caucus, and I'll stop it now and we'll wait hits a gavel. This is County Council meeting for Monday, January 26th. It is 6:14 PM. I apologize, we were a little bit late from caucus. So I will begin with Pledge of Allegiance and the invocations by me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I have the invocation. Please remain standing. Heavenly Father, tonight we ask for guidance in our decision-making, harmony among our members of council so that we can work together, and the ability to serve the public good with integrity. We ask this in your Son's name. Amen. Okay. So, Ms. Brock, are we in compliance with FOIA?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Thank you. And the agenda was posted and everyone can see what's in the backup documents. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. A second? Oh, you were the so moved?
Well, he had his hand up.
I will do the second, and I will further ask for the agenda to be amended as follows: to remove from the consent agenda item 2, the reappointments to the Bluffton Township Fire District for your 4-year term with the expiration date of February 2030.
So we have a motion for an amendment to the agenda,
Second.
second by Mr. Glover. All in favor of the amendment to the motion, please raise your hand to signify yes. You have 1, 2, 3, nobody online. The motion fails. Correct, I only saw 3. Okay, so now we're back to the regular motion, which is to approve the agenda. We had a motion, now we need a second, I believe.
He seconded. Hasn't seconded.
You seconded, all right. All in favor of approving tonight's agenda, please raise your hand.
There I am.
You have 1 no, 2 noes, 3 noes. Okay, so 3 anti, okay. All right, I need a motion to approve the minutes from the caucus and council meeting of January the 12th. Can I have a motion for that?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. And by the way, Ms. Howard, Mr. Dawson are there.
Right. Thank you for chairing tonight, Ms. Tabernet.
Happy to do it. Hope you're feeling better. So all in favor of approving the minutes from the caucus and the council, please raise your hand. It appears to be unanimous. Thank you very much, council. Now we'll have our administrator's report.
Good evening, Chair, members of council. We do not have any recognitions tonight, but I do have some comments for you all since we're going to be considering the Transportation Sales Tax Committee. However, first off, I wanted to note that last week, the Deputy County Administrator, Nicole, and I had the opportunity to attend the South Carolina City County Managers Association Conference, where it was in Kiawah Island. And while it focused on professional development and networking, we also got updates on state population trends, a fiscal update. They talked about artificial intelligence and championing local government service. We also had a 3-hour workshop that featured the author of Performative Outrage, and he's also city manager. His name is Brooks Williams. It focused on providing local government managers and administrators with tools and case applications for leading and today with at times public pressure, and how you can take that and turn it into improved performance. So good session for us. Next, I did want to make a few comments on the transportation sales tax, as it will be you all be considering the committee. To the Transportation Advisory Committee, the TAC, is going to develop recommendations on the project list, tax amounts, and the length of time the tax will be collected. This committee is going to play a key role in bringing a community voice to the table through public input and discussion, increasing transparency and accountability in how the potential projects will be considered. And then they will also be delivering a clear, well-supported recommendation for council's consideration and use as part of the referendum package. The TAC will submit recommendations that include a prioritized list of transportation projects, the amount of the sales tax to be collected, and the duration of the collection period. We expect the projects to be focused primarily on road widenings, intersections and safety improvements, and resurfacing and paving projects, although there'll be public discussion and we'll see what else is out there. But those are our focuses primarily. We have county staff and on-call engineering support to help the committee, providing project information and cost estimates. As you all know, you'll have 15 members, all Beaufort County residents, one from each council district, and one appointee from the 4 municipalities, City of Beaufort and towns of Port Royal, Bluffton, and Hilton Head Island. What the committee should expect is to attend and participate in the TAC meetings, review the project information and supporting materials, help host or participate in the community input meetings to hear transportation priorities from the residents, consider requests from the county and municipalities, and evaluate these projects within the program categories. They'll work as a team to prioritize projects and recommend a balanced program. This will be a short-term assignment, if you will, for the committee, as there's not a lot of time between now and when their work will need to be complete. We're anticipating 8 to 10 evening meetings, 1.5 to 2 hours each, and it equates to approximately 15 to 20 total hours over approximately 3 months. We're recommending that the committee start the first week of February on Wednesday, February 4th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. at the County Administration Building in the Executive Conference Room. And then as far as the completion, the ordinance with the referendum question must be passed and submitted to the Election Commission not later than noon, August 15th. When you look at our schedule with 1 meeting in July and 1 in August, our recommendation is to have the ordinance passed not later than the last meeting in June, which would be on June 22nd, which is similar to what occurred 2 years ago. And that means the TAC would need to have completed, submitted for Public Facilities Committee on May 18th meeting, and then the council agenda on May 26th. So that's the schedule we're looking at. You all have the nominations in front of you, but just want to have that discussion. With that, if there are any questions, that concludes my report for tonight.
I would just request what you just read, if you could have our clerk send it to all council.
Absolutely.
For those that don't care to watch it again.
So you'll
we
have
could
it all if the questions come
we'll have
up. So we'll
printed,
send
yes.
that to you, yes.
I appreciate that.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Anybody else question for our administrator? Yes.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the time
Yes, sir.
period of 3 months. In your summation, your experience, you think that's adequate time for you and the committee to come back with a good recommendation?
I think it's an aggressive schedule, but I think it's enough time. I think we have a number of projects that we've already identified. I think it's really going to be a matter of getting the public input, having the deliberation with the committee, and we'll just have to focus on the work and get it done. So I think I think it's achievable, yes.
Your plan is to expose it to the community or
Yes.
the public before the May 18th?
Well, I think we'll have a series of meetings, and then ultimately the committee would be expected to, vote and pass the recommendations that would come to county council. And then council would then have that as part of the ordinance that would be used to formulate the ballot question. So that's the key point, is you all have to pass, council has to pass an ordinance that goes to the Elections Commission, so it would be on the ballot question. And that would contain the project list and priorities.
One of the concerns I have is that once the council vote on this at their June 22nd meeting, we are restricted from advocating for it.
This is true.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So I don't want to get caught up into...
I think once the ordinance is passed, the referendum question, and that's what Mr. Glover's saying, is that you would then no longer be able to advocate for the projects or for it on the ballot. Yes.
Yeah, so I would love more exposure before then, even if you take it to the draft to communities, I would love that, because then I can then engage in it
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
I think as the committee is working and putting this together,
Yes.
that's a perfect opportunity to engage with your constituents.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
I have a question. So the committee meetings are, of course, open to the public.
yes.
Will they be broadcast?
I think right now we're planning to record them. I don't know that we're planning to broadcast them.
Okay, but they will be available on BCTV.
Yeah, yes.
So that would answer part of Mr. Glover's question. The other thing is, I will remind council and we talk about it. We met with all the municipalities. We met with Beaufort County School District. We met with Beaufort Memorial Hospital, and we received input from all of them because transportation impacts all of them, particularly the school district. There's a big impact on the school district. So we have comments from all of them. We also have data from LATS and from LCOG. So we have a lot of data that the committee will be able to see and the public will be able to see.
Yes, and we'll also be able to do, we'll have our engineering firms will be able to do cost estimates. So once the committee identifies projects, then we could go and do cost analysis on those. So when we take the ballot or the referendum question to the public, they'll have an idea how much each project's going to cost, and then the sum total of the referendum and for how long.
Any other question about TAC or anything for our administrator? Go ahead.
As I understand it, we lose our ability to advocate once we put this on that timeline and we send it forward for approval. But that doesn't stop us from providing advocacy through professionals who can carry forward the educational message that we're seeking to deliver, which we didn't do last time. But our neighbors, Jasper County, did in fact do that, and I'll just point out that they passed their referendums 1% sales tax increases, and ours was 1% and failed. And I think that their educational efforts paid off for them in a very positive way. And I think that even though we will be, as elected officials, prohibited from advocacy, that doesn't stop us from providing a professional effort to educate the people who will be voting on this matter, even though we are unable individually to provide that advocacy. And I think that's what our plan is this year, York and everyone else, that we will have people operating for the benefit of the people in the county to clearly understand what it is we're trying to accomplish here and the basic necessity of getting this done, because if we don't, the infrastructure will fail going forward in the coming years. Thank you.
Any other question?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so you'll make sure we get that and then we'll all have it.
Yes, yes,
All
ma'am.
right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All right, I'm going to move on to public comment. We have two. Oh, Mr. Brown. So, and I will read the public comment. The speaker will be permitted to no more than 3 minutes to complete their comments to council. Everyone speaking before council is required to do so in a civil manner. Council will not tolerate personal attacks on individual council members, county staff, or any person or group. Racial slurs and profanity are not permitted. Council will listen to public comments but not respond. So Mr. Arnold Brown, you are first. Oh, you have your poster with you today. You go.
Did last time.
I did miss it. State your name and that kind of stuff.
My name is Arnold Brown. It's always been my name.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to thank you for your service and all that you have doing and all that you have done. I must really love you guys to come here this afternoon. We are going to talk about Pine Island briefly. And reason I'm here, we're probably going to be doing this for the next 4 or 5 years, so the 3 minutes that I have, I'm trying to get as much as I can in when I have an opportunity to do it. The plaintiffs Pine Islands on several occasions stated that they're raising the density. Density was not a part of the CPO, and I waited and waited for that item or that subject matter to be dropped, but it went on and on and on, and people bought into it. Therefore, I'm trying to clarify that St. Helena Island already has a baseline density, which is 1 home for 3 acres, as I understand it. Now, I would imagine other cities or towns have different densities that is not 3 acres. But if there are members that would like to have a higher density, then why not make an effort to change it? So that's one of the things I wanted to mention. If that is important, why not make an effort to change it? The other thing I want to mention is states' right. Every state out of the 50 states would say that they have state rights. In South Carolina, wouldn't take advice from Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, or anyone to direct them as to what South Carolina should do, or vice versa. They would claim states' right. Beaufort County, of course, you work with Jasper County, but you wouldn't allow Jasper County, Dorchester, or Richland County to tell you what to do. What about districts' rights? Do districts have a certain amount of rights? I realize that you all should work together, but should you consider what a particular district would want or desire to have, and then support that district? If it's legal, if it's ethical, and if it's moral, then why not support that district on the things that they would like to have in their community? So that's the baseline of what I wanted to say, that consider Mr. York Glover, what he's trying to do. The community supports him probably 99%, I wanted to say 100, but support him, and because we support him. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Nice to see you as always. Chris Campbell, Beaufort County beautiful. I was gonna give you America to keep beautiful, but we'll stick to the county.
That's coming up in July.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
coming
stick
up
to
in
the
July.
county.
Yeah.
I too really appreciate all the work that all of you do. I mean, it's just amazing and how well we do in Beaufort County. I'm a lifelong resident of Beaufort County. My great-grandparents had a store right up the road in 1885 and had a post office, and they were there until 1923. So my heart is here, as we all our hearts are here. And I'm the chairman of Keep Beaufort County Beautiful. 6 months now, we've been working on plastics reduction again, and which we're calling the Plastic Reduction Initiative. I'm going to make this short. I know it's a subject that all of you have an interest in. I just want you to know that I would really appreciate your support, okay? My thoughts are the long-term Beaufort County.
Thank you. Thanks for serving on that committee. Appreciate it. Anyone else in the public wish to speak? We allotted 30 minutes and okay, I will close public comment. We will go to liaison and committee reports. Beaufort County Economic Development. I did not attend. Ms. Howard, did you zoom in on that one?
I did zoom in. I don't have much to report, except we talked a little bit about the audit. And we talked about the Southern Alliance. They were there. So that's all I have to report.
All right, thank you. Next is Beaufort County Transportation. That's my committee. We met last week, January 21st, and it was the shortest meeting I've ever attended. So kudos to Chairman. There were updates from SCDOT on their projects, updates on year 8 and 9 of resurfacing and preservation projects, update on dirt road paving, update on the Hilton Head Bridge, which Brian affectionately said no update. So that was interesting. And Chairman Gordon was reelected chair again, and they reviewed current fund status. So it was 34 minutes, I believe. So that was Transportation Committee. BJWSA, Water, Mr. Glover.
No, they met this past Thursday, and I was unable to attend because I was out of town, but I will give you a more thorough report at after our next meeting.
Okay, appreciate that. Mr. Cunningham, Bluffton Township Fire District.
Yes, thank you. Not too much to update on. Just wanted to point out that our new chief is here today in support of the reterms of our 2 appointments on our consent agenda, as well as everybody's received a letter from him, our interim chief during the hiring process, as well as the fire board in support of bringing back Rob as well.
All right, and just to note, we do express our thanks to interim chief Church. He did a great job, and he's still in the ranks under our new chief. Mr. Lawson, Defusky Island Fire.
Do not have any report.
Okay. Ms. Brown, Design Review Board.
Yes, this is going to take a while,
Okay,
okay?
floor is yours.
If you want, okay. I attended the Design Review Board on January 15th, and the gated RV resort on Yard Farm Road was approved by the DRB. And what wasn't approved is the TIA, the Traffic Impact Analysis. I was told it didn't need one, but there are 111 RVs that are going to come out of that park once it's built. So I'd like to know, how does 111 new RVs not trigger a TIA? How does a planning and zoning department not require a TIA to happen here? Anybody answer that question? Anyone like to answer that question?
No, that would be for our, and if you like, it's just a report, actually.
Sure, so what I can offer is, when you have a by right development come in, there are different provisions within the code that trigger different prerequisites for issuance of the permit. What I can do for you is have our staff go through and answer that question in writing and give you the sections of the code that were applicable to
Yeah, I have
that
it right here,
application.
actually. I have it right here. It says that if it's over 50 or more trips, then it requires a TIA. And that's section CDC section 6.3.10.
Right, so what staff is not at liberty to do is to violate that code by doing something counter to what it requires. So when it's by right, the applicant has rights, and whatever that ordinance requires is what staff is bound to enforce.
So you're saying the staff's going to get back to me on this?
We will give you, I mean, if you already have the section of the code that's applicable to the application, that's what we would be
Okay,
sending
so
you.
we'll go back to the last council meeting when I asked how in the world an RV resort, a gated RV resort in St. Helena, that's under the CPO, and a wedding resort got approved by right, when they couldn't get a golf course by right. I don't understand it, but we're not gonna get into that
Yes,
discussion.
she's gonna submit her questions and you will
Yeah.
answer them.
That'd be fine,
How about that?
yeah.
But yeah, I still don't get it. I haven't been, it hasn't been explained to me.
So Mr. Atkinson will take care to explain that
Do it,
in writing.
no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank
Anything
you.
else on that board?
No?
Okay, Mr. McEllen, Green Space.
Yeah, thank you. There
Okay.
were 2 properties that were presented for consideration for due diligence for fee simple acquisitions. One was in the area of adjacent to Palmetto Bluff, and the other was in the town of Bluffton. Both of those due diligence requests will be presented to the Natural Resources Committee in full, with a full description of the properties and what is expected to be achieved with a fee simple acquisition. Referral to the full council for approval for action for the due diligence, and the Natural Resources Committee meeting February 2nd, and then the referral should be made to council at the last meeting in February. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McEllen. Library Board, Mr. Passman.
The library board met last week, but I had a conflict, could not attend. They will be sending me all of the materials that they did at that evening, and I can send them on to council.
Thank you, Mr. Passman. Mr. Bartholomew will give Northern Regional Plan Implementation Committee report.
Yeah, we met last Friday. We had a presentation from the planners for the city of, or for the town of Port Royal. They had their moratorium and they'd worked through a lot of their zoning and codes issues. They presented a snapshot of what they had changed, and I'm actually really intrigued to go in there and look at some of the things that they did. They may have some good examples for us to pull from and update some of our codes, so.
And you serve on there with Mr. Glover, Mr. Dawson, and Mrs. Howard. Any other member of that group want to add anything to Mr. Bartholomew's report?
No, I was unable to attend.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Zoning Board of Appeals, Mr. Glover.
No.
And I have the school board. I'd like to recognize Carlton Dallas, if you'd stand up. He is the new chair of Beaufort County School Board.
So proud.
Well deserved.
Yes.
And he likes to come to our meetings because you have nothing to do at night. Okay.
Especially if they're right in the back door, right?
Right in your backyard. And his new vice chair is David Carr, who is the District 7 representative. So congratulations, and if we can support you in any way, you know how to find all of us. Thank you. District 9 does not have a school board member, I noticed.
I think Alice has her hand up.
Oh.
Go ahead, Ms. Howard.
Oh, I just wanted to report, I did attend the Town of Port Royal's meeting on January 14th. They elected their mayor pro tem, Ms. Farhay, who's on their council, and they appointed their person for our TAC, and he is also serves on their design review board. You'll see his name later in the meeting. They are anxious to hear any news about the proposed Coast Guard training facility. That's still to come, but they're very excited about that. And they're looking forward to our vote tonight on possible purchase of property in the town of Port Royal for purposes of traffic, as we've talked about. So that was it from them.
I want to finish for the school board. They did a public meeting at Battery Creek High School on the 14th of your proposed budget. Very transparent, took input from the public. Did another proposed budget presentation on the 21st at Bluffton High School. And your next meeting's down here, Hilton Head Middle, on the 3rd. Anybody else have a report they'd like to give that I missed? Yes, Mr. Lawson.
I want to say from the Administration and Finance Committee that I want to give Pinky Harriet, our Chief Financial Officer, and our staff, financial staff, and Mr. Moore, we received a clean audit from Malden and Jenkins. Mr. David Irwin came to us the 16th year in a row, and the auditor's report came back. We had a clean audit with no findings. So again, that was done on time and done correctly. And again, so give them a shout out for what they've done for this year's.
Thank you. It's well-deserved, their kudos, yes. Anybody else? Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, ma'am. If everyone's done with reports, I would like to give notice for personal privilege for today, to make a motion, if you don't mind.
Would it matter if I minded?
I wouldn't do anything without your approval, Tab.
Go ahead.
All right, I did give notice at our last meeting that I plan to make a motion today to vacate a suspension, so I will read that. If you guys do not mind, I move that council vacate the suspension of Mr. Rick Krob from his position as a commissioner on the Town Bluffton Township Fire District Board of Commissioners, which was put in place April 28th, 2025. Since a new fire chief has been appointed for the Bluffton Town Fire District, and that vacation of the suspension shall take place immediately.
Okay, you're making a motion to that then?
That is my motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Cunningham to vacate the suspension of.
Second that.
Mr. Lawson will second it. All in favor of vacating the suspension, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 5. Anybody online? Okay. Anybody abstaining? All in favor, well, I already asked 5, so it goes down 5-6. Correct? Against? And is denied. All right, approval of the consent agenda. It's in the packet. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. A second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Lawson seconds it. I'm not going to read all of this on the consent agenda. You all have it. We also talked about it at the Finance Committee meeting. And for the public, these are reappointments to the Airport Board. Well, I guess I should read them. Airport Board, Eli Roth, Mark Bailey, Rich Sells, and James Starn. Reappointment to the Bluffton Township Fire District for a 4-year term, Rick Krob, Joseph Paolo. Reappointment to the Design Review Board for a 4-year term, James Atkins. Reappointment to the Keep Beaufort Beautiful Board, 4-year term, Ford Bartholomew, Jean Frew, Brenda McPhee, Christopher Campbell, oh, Mr. Campbell. Eugene Zapfel, 2 of them are here. Reappointments to the Parks and Recreation Board for a 4-year term, Christian Kata and Ariel Perry. Reappointment to the Stormwater Management Utility Board for 4 years, Dennis Ross, Ronald Buchanan, and Stephen Andrews. Reappointment, it went too fast. Reappointment to the accommodations, the State Accommodations Tax Board for a 4-year term, Anita Singleton Prather. Reappointment to the Planning Commission for a 3-year term with an expiration in 2029 is Jonathan Henney. And why is that different than this? And Bill Murray. Gail Murray, okay. I don't know why this is not moving, okay. Hang on a second. All right, and Gail Murray, Dennis Ross, and Glenn Miller. Reappointment to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a 3-year term, Kevin Mack. And then there was an item originating from Public Facilities Committee, which was an approval of a change order to O'Quinn Marine Construction for the Melrose dock repairs. It was for additional $161,315 of work. That is the consent agenda. All in favor of approving?
Question?
Yes.
Of the voting members present, how many votes do you need to pass this consent agenda with all of these appointments to boards and commissions?
Just a standard 6.
All right, simple majority.
Well, it's not that simple of a question. It's a simple majority to pass the consent agenda, but for each of the members on there, anybody can pull a member from the consent agenda if they want.
I believe that was voted down earlier.
Mr. Passman's motion, yeah. Any other discussion on the consent agenda?
Vice Chair, just one question. You mentioned the candidates for Airport Board.
No, well,
The initial, and I heard them all, maybe I missed it, but Brian Teresi, was he on that list?
he is not a reappointment. He
Thank
is
you.
an applicant.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else?
Sure, let me make sure I understand. A simple majority, if a candidate on this list need 6 votes, that's fine, but that candidate also need 10 votes, how do we handle that?
There's different questions for the number of votes, but
Okay.
typically, the policy is that if any council member wants to pull a matter from the consent agenda, they can do that. It doesn't take a majority vote. It just takes one person to pull that item from the consent agenda.
So are you saying that what Mr. Passman did earlier, he should have waited until now to pull,
He made a motion to amend the agenda,
to remove?
one member from there.
No, section. One section, which was, yeah.
The standard practice of council has always been that if any member objects to any item on the consent agenda, it gets pulled. It doesn't require a majority vote or lack of vote. It gets pulled, and then you get to discuss it absent that. That is the practice
Oh, okay.
that I would encourage you to exercise. So if any member of council would like to pull either all of the reappointments or an individual from the reappointments from the consent agenda and make it a regular agenda item, that would be appropriate.
But you don't need a motion or a vote.
Just a request is all it would take.
I understand.
Yeah.
Mr. Passman could make that request.
Yeah, then I will request that in item 2, the name of Rick
probably a better practice to take paragraph 2, both names from there, to keep that section out.
All right, so the request is to remove number 2 from the consent agenda, those reappointments. So we will remove it. Now we'll take a vote on the consent agenda minus item 2.
For the vote, just to make it clear that, good to know that we're debating against our lawyer as well as members of council, when that wasn't the question. Thank you.
Then to follow on, for individual members that are in different terms, it will require a separate amount of votes, and that'll be determined based upon how everybody votes during that. They'll either get the appropriate number of votes or not. If you would rather not do it as a lump sum, you can again pull them out for individual votes to match that up. Does that address the issue you were raising, Mr. Cunningham?
Oh, I understood before I walked in this room. I came prepared. Thank you.
So we got 6 votes to pass consent agenda. You're saying we have to vote again, depending upon the length of the term that someone has?
No. If
Depending on the vote.
you've adopted the agenda and approved that, I think that when there was a question as to approve the consent agenda or not, that requires a majority vote to approve that.
Right.
But if any individual member, aside from that, wants to pull any individual item, the practice has always been to allow that individual item
I
pulled.
understand that. That wasn't my question. My question was, for the term to be served, whether it's second, third, or fourth, does that require a special vote more than a majority of 6?
Yes. If I can answer that, yes, it does.
So then when will that happen?
During the vote, when you vote on approving the consent agenda based upon how many votes you get for
So if
that.
you only get 6 votes,
If there's concern for that, it's probably better to take them individually, not on the consent agenda.
Yeah, consent agendas are supposed to be non-controversial items that the majority will be voting on. But if there's controversial items, it doesn't need to be on the consent agenda.
Well, Mr. Pesman pulled it off.
aside from that, I'm just curious to know if people are voting if we're voting in total for everyone, and there are distinctions to be made between the second, third, and fourth term with the number of votes you have to have, how will you accomplish this if this passes with 6 votes and someone needs 10 votes to serve their term?
Very good point.
Well,
And it
I
wouldn't be
mean,
a
I'm just
consent
not throwing
agenda.
that up in the air so we can, have a
Yeah.
laugh about it. I want to know what we're supposed to do here.
But it won't be a consent agenda, Mr.
Correct.
Yeah,
Get that?
yeah.
Yeah, I know, York. That's exactly my
Right.
point.
So is that, if
This
if
was
you're not,
ill-advised to put this in the consent agenda, is what I'm saying.
Are there any other items you'd like to pull off the consent agenda? Let's go there.
No, if you're directing that to me, no.
No, I'm directing
I just want to
everybody.
know how people will get the number of votes they need for the term they're serving. That's what I'm trying to do.
Understood, yeah. 'Cause it
Madam Chairman?
differs. Yeah,
let me, I remember, and I've only been here for a short period of time, but I remember, there was a time when we had to vote, on the consent agenda to appoint somebody, and there was not enough vote at the table at the time,
Right.
so we could not carry that motion forward.
Right.
So that's what happens if you don't have enough people there, you can't carry it forward.
correct.
Yeah, for that particular person,
Carry forward to what?
on the vote. If you do not have, if you need 7 people,
Yep.
but there are only 6 people in attendance on the consent, you could only get 6 people there consenting to it. You need 7, so that motion was never carried forward. I remember that happening.
Madam Chairman?
Yep.
I remember when one of the positions on one of the boards and commissions required 10 out of 11 votes, and it was voted on separately, and the person did not receive that amount. So, yeah, she's got it pulled up. There you go, right there.
So that would require removing it from the consent agenda then. That's to Mr. McClellan's point. If somebody
Currently,
needs 10 votes.
if I'm allowed to speak real quick, currently council's process is if it goes to committee and it is a clean vote, it goes on the consent agenda because we have not been made aware that there are any issues and it had clean votes at committee. All of these individuals are falling under the consent agenda. If they need to be removed, then that's when, what Mr. Holbert was saying, the motion needed to be made for those individuals to be removed. But we will track the votes and let y'all know if somebody on here doesn't receive the votes that they need, but we have not been made aware that's going to happen. Does that answer the question?
Bravo, Sarah.
That's why they're on the consent agenda. Correct.
Okay, so what do we do?
All right, so we have the consent agenda minus item 2, which has been removed. And now I will take a vote on accepting the rest of the consent agenda.
One question beforehand. So just by those numbers that are showing out there, if me and one other person up here wanted to torpedo the other 14 people that are on their 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th term, we could.
That's right. That's right.
So we're just going to play a mathematical game with people that want to go back and forth and play politics. I just want to make sure that we're clear for the public, that 2 people could kick somebody off after their 3rd term by just agreeing that they don't want to support somebody.
No, they would have to be pulled out again for another vote.
They would not be, they'd be declined. It went through and it goes to consent agenda. If 2 people said no on the full consent agenda, that would be 9 votes. That means anybody that's on their 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th term would be declined.
That's
They
true,
would.
whether it's on the consent agenda or not.
It's on the consent agenda.
Yes.
Would be declined because they would not get enough votes for the consent agenda, which they are on. So anybody that's in 3rd and up, which I believe it's 14 people, if 2 people up here say no, those people all go down by playing a game of politics. I'm just making sure we're on the same page here.
But I don't think we were really playing a game of politics. Now, you can play a game of politics, but I don't see it that way.
Would you have voted yes or no before that Rick Krob was pulled off there?
Okay, we're not going to
Because
have a
3
debate
people
back
probably
and
would have
forth.
voted no, and would have shot down 14 people for a game of politics. Not me, but 3 people
right.
would have voted no for that consent agenda.
So we have a consent agenda. We're going to take the vote. We agreed to put it on the consent agenda. We voted at committee, which is how it got here. To go to Ms. Brock's point. There
Well,
was
could
no
we
issue
recommend
at
that you just
committee.
pull the entire item for each of the reappointments off the consent agenda and go through them individually?
I could
Ask
do that.
all the nominees be pulled from the consent agenda and voted on separately.
I have no problem with that. All right, let's go.
Can we vote on the O'Quinn portion for the dock repair?
I'll get there down at the bottom. Well, we're going to vote on all of them individually.
But that's not a reappointment, that's a matter that is proper.
The only thing remaining on the consent agenda is that item, the O'Quinn.
Yeah, on the consent agenda. So one item left.
Call the question on that one?
Thank you. All right, all in favor of the O'Quinn item on the consent agenda, raise your hand. That's for the extra money. All right. Everything else is off the consent agenda.
Alrighty.
So we're gonna vote on each one independently. All right, we have appointment and reappointments to the Airports Board for a 2-year term with the expiration date of February 2028. Eli Roth, Mark Bailey, Rich Sells, James Starnes.
So moved.
All right, moved, a second?
Second that.
Ms. Brown seconds. Any question or debate?
Madam Vice Chair, I have a question. Are we taking these as individual numbered items or individuals for the appointment? Because each one of these are a 1st, 4th, 2nd term.
I'm taking them as individual items altogether.
How many votes does Mr. Bailey need to be reappointed?
10.
Okay, so if we get 10 votes with this, then
we're good.
everybody's appointed.
Right.
Okay.
All right, all in favor of item 1, the Airport Board, raise your hand. All right, that's good.
Thank you.
Item 2 is removed. So item 3, reappointment to the Design Review Board for a 4-year term with expiration date February 2030, James Atkins. So he'll need 10 votes because it's his 6th term, correct? All right, I have a motion.
I'll motion.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Second,
Second.
Mr. Bartholomew. Any question or comment on that? All right, all in favor of Mr. Atkins for his 6th term? All right, thank you.
Madam
Do
Vice
you want to
Chair,
take number 2 since we
I
pulled them
was,
all
I
off?
was about to say, since it's pulled off the consent agenda, we can go back to
I can
number
go
2
back and put on-
and
all
take
right.
it in order.
Okay. Number 2, reappointment to the Bluffton Township Fire District for a 4-year term with expiration February 2030. Rick Krob to a 3rd term, Joseph Paolo to a 4th term. I need a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, and a second.
I'll second it.
Mr. Lawson seconded. We have a motion and a second.
Discussion, Madam Chair?
Comment, yep, discussion.
I just want to point out conversations we've had at council, the reason we're even in this situation, having this conversation, is because of suspension that we put in place as council. We put the suspension in place based on actions that happened. We put limitations on to when we plan to bring back Mr. Krob. That conversation concluded with the hiring of a new fire chief, as well as the finishing of an investigation that did not even involve him. The investigation was a former fire chief. With that said, it was supposed to concur with whichever one ended last is when the suspension would end. That was with the assumption that we did not believe that a fire chief would be hired before the suspension was, or the investigation was finished. When actually that is what happened. It was the other way around. We have already hired a new fire chief. He's actually here today. He's written a letter in support of bringing back Mr. Krob and lifting the suspension. He also has had the interim chief has written a letter, and including the entire board has written a letter in support of him coming back for another term, as well as lifting the suspension, because he followed the guidelines and the rules that we gave him during that time. Just want to point out also that item number 1, we took all 4 together. So we would have to take all these 2 together as well. So if we vote 1 down, we vote both down.
And I do want to comment one thing. This is for reappointment to the board. This is not relative to the suspension. So I'm going to clarify that. This is reappointment to the Bluffton Township Fire District. Other comment, question from anybody down?
I wanted to clarify that. We've already voted about the suspension. This is only reappointment. No, nothing about the suspension. The suspension would still hold if you, even if you vote in favor of these 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Reeds.
I think it's incumbent upon us to vote yes to this motion based on how we set this up. I don't see there's any other recourse.
Anybody else? Comment, question? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor of these 2 reappointments to the Bluffton Township Fire District, raise your hand. I can't really see down there.
7, 8.
Green
Any?
us.
8?
I see 8, and it requires 10 of 11.
Just so
Motion
the public
fails.
knows, we now have 3 openings on our fire board. We do not meet quorum and cannot hold any meetings until we fill those voids. So we no longer have a active fire district board.
All right. Okay, I understand. Everybody understands what they voted for. Number 4, reappointments to Keep Beaufort Beautiful Board. 4-year term expiring February 2030. Ford Bartholomew, Jean Frew, Brenda McPhee, Christopher Campbell, Pamela Floyd, Eugene Zapfel. Some are 2nd term, 3rd, 4th. So can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. We have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Any discussion, questions, comments from council? All right, all in favor of this group of people being reappointed to the Keep Beaufort Beautiful? All right, thank you. Number 5, reappointments to the Parks and Recreation Board for a 4-year term with the expiration date of February 2030. Christian Cotta, 2nd term, Ariel Perry, 2nd term. I'd like a motion.
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Seconded by Mr. Bartholomew. Comments or questions on this motion? All right, all in favor of approving these to the Parks and Rec Board? Unanimous. All right, number 6, reappointment to Stormwater Management Utility Board for a 4-year term with expiration date of February 2030. We have Dennis Ross, Ronald Buchanan, and Stephen Andrews, all going for their 2nd term.
So moved?
Second.
All right, Mr. Reeds, you made the movement?
Yes.
Movement, okay, and Mr. Glover, second. Any comments or questions on this one? All right, all in favor of approving these? Thank you. Reappointment to the Accommodations Tax 2% State Board for a 4-year term with the expiration date of February 2030. Anita Singleton Prather, term to be served, 5th term. So this will require 10 votes. All right,
So moved, Madam.
you make a motion, Mr. Glover. Anybody second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Comment, question? All right, all in favor of this appointment to the ATAX Board? All right, thank you. Reappointment to the Planning Commission for a 3-year term with an expiration date of February 2029. Jonathan Henney, 2nd term, Gail Murray, 3rd term, Dennis Ross, 2nd term, Glenn Miller, 2nd term. Can I have a motion for the Planning Commission?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Reitz. A second?
I'll second.
Mr. Glover, thank you. Questions or comments on the Planning Commission reappointments? All right, all in favor of these reappointments, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. And reappointment to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a 3-year term with the expiration date of February 2029, Kevin Mack for his 7th term. So this will require 10 votes. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Second?
I'll second it.
That was Mr. Reitz? Oh, Mr. Dawson. Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Any comments or questions on this one for the Zoning Board of Appeals? All right. Of reappointing Kevin Mack, please raise your hand. He's got 10. All right. Thank you. We already did public facilities. All right, moving on.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Just a crazy question. Does it make sense we circle back to that fire chief and hear from the new fire chief? Or is that just, no?
He already wrote a letter, so no.
Okay, thank you.
All right, agenda item 10A, replacement of the Welcome to Beaufort County sign along 278 by Keep Beaufort County Beautiful Board. And
Madam Chairman, did item B get approved?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
we did that first, yes.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Can we put those up there, Ms. Brock? The 3, we had a great, you want to come on up and talk? We had a great presentation about a new sign on 278 in front of USCB by the Keep Beaufort Beautiful Board. And you are looking for us to pick one.
Gave you 3 choices. We got 13 options from USCB. And the Keep Beaufort County Beautiful Board narrowed it down to 3. We thought 13 was too much for y'all to handle, so we got down to 3. We don't have an opinion, what 3, we felt like that was your choice, so those are the 3 signs from which we would ask you to choose.
We'll make a motion.
Vice Chair, could I, is this discussion? Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Passman.
We'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
For which one?
I would like a little combination. All 3 are wonderful. I like the very first one because it is the epitome of what Beaufort County is about. It has the species of birds that we have. It has the marsh grass, which we have. The colors are vibrant. The words that are missing are welcome to Beaufort County. Put that on the first sign. I think that is.
It may be a rarity, but I have to agree with my colleague.
So we have a motion on the floor. Somebody second it?
Yes.
All right, now we will have discussion. Okay, so Mr. Reitz wants to vote with Mr. Passman. Anybody else?
I actually was thinking the same thing, and we didn't discuss prior, but.
Correct.
Yeah, I
Had
was,
no discussion.
I was gonna go ahead and lean to the one on the left anyway, but I agree with you, the welcome to.
Yep.
I like it, the date and all, perfect.
Yep.
Let me ask you this, how much work is that to go back?
No, we don't want to go back to 0. That would be a long time. We can make small changes to it. The next step in the process is we will go to SCDOT for the encroachment permit. Now, we believe we're compliant with that encroachment permit. They don't like little words, they like big words. So, scale, not use of complicated words. So we would have to see what they had said about how many more words can we fit on that. We can make adjustments to it, as long as we don't have to come back for another vote.
No.
All right? I know you don't want to see it again either, right?
So I'd like to comment, I like number 2. If you drive 278, which I do, people are going 55 to 80 miles an hour. Pick your poison how fast you go. You're not going to be able to read sign 1 when you're flying past it. Sign 2 is right in your face, welcome to Beaufort County. I get it about the marsh, I get it about the bird, but the blue black background is problematic to me, and I don't think that's going to get our message across like number 2.
I agree with you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yeah,
Madam, I think something that came up during agenda review, that no matter which one we pick, our public facilities in our public works, i.e. Jared is going to have to be involved to coordinate with DOT because of specific requirements that they have. So I think tonight we could make a tentative recommendation, but it's going to have to be coordinated through Jared and his people with DOT.
yeah, she beat me to it.
So we know the county actually will submit the encroachment permit. So Jared and his team
Correct.
are the ones who are going to be supporting it and coordinating it, so it won't be the board doing that.
Yeah, but the other point is what it's going to be made of, and they have some. DOT has its own set of rules, even about what is said on a sign.
Okay, Mr. McCollum?
How many signs are they going to produce?
So we are going to produce one sign is what we've talked
I know
about.
there's one sign, but how many would be placed in the county?
My count right now is 5, but this initiative today is just 1. If this works and we make it through this process, we will then copy the sign. We intend to copy the sign. It'll be of different sizes based on the size of the road, right? You don't want a huge sign on a small road. So that's the intent. That'll probably be later this fiscal year, maybe even next fiscal year. But eventually we're thinking about 5.
600 square miles we have in the county, there'll be 5 signs?
Well, you can make as many as you want, right? We can put as many as you want. It's a matter of where's the most number of traffic that comes into the county.
Right.
And I personally went around and took pictures of the current signs, but I'm sure I didn't get all of them. But the idea is 5, but if we want to do 50, we can just fund the development on 50, whatever we want to do.
50 wasn't what I had in mind. Okay.
Madam Chair, are we going to vote on that tonight? Which one we like?
Yeah, we're gonna vote on which one we like, but I wanted Mr. Fralix to weigh in on SCDOT, the work that has to be done with them, because we can pick whatever we want, but they are gonna have to approve this.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be part of the encroachment permit, so they will have to approve it. We'll get through that process. I think important tonight is just to pick out the like and choice, even if it's a combination of 2. And then when we're working through with DOT, their requirements, the type of sign, the flat sheet sign, sometimes is a little bit more particular than some of the other signs, like a monument sign you see. And how it's stood up, I think you already identified breakaway posts. But anyhow, those are the things that we'll work with DOT. And then if we have any issues that need adjustments, significant adjustments to what's being brought forth tonight, we'll bring that back.
So is there an issue with words, how many words are on a sign? That was brought up.
There are, and size and all that stuff is considered from DOT, and they've got manuals over manuals over manuals to tell us what we can put out there. But the type of sign typically that you see most is like a regulatory sign, like a speed limit or something of these signs. So, and those typically are certain colors like white, orange, yellow. So that'll be a comment that I expect is to hear on the color of the sign, but we'll address those as they come up.
All right, anybody else comment or question? You got them here.
Yes, can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Tab. The number 2 is the better looking sign and more appealing to the eyes as far as visibility and passing by is concerned. But I also agree with Joe. Joe has a valid point. The number 1 sign has the emblems that actually clarifies the heritage of the county. And if by chance it was anywhere possible to combine some of those pictures on the number 1 sign onto number 2, then I think that'll be a good looking sign to actually not only give the welcome to Beaufort County, but also spells out some of the heritage as well.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
It almost sounds like no one likes the 3rd one. Maybe, yeah, I'm just stating that.
Anybody else comment that had, go ahead.
Just
Mr.
one
Reed.
last thought. Gene, I think we talked about it. I like the date on it as well. Regardless of one or two, I do like one with Councilman Passman. But I believe the date should be on there somewhere.
You put those back up.
1769, the foundation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's what number 1 says.
Not on number 2, though, is it?
Is it, if we'll put them back up, maybe, is it on number 1?
Yes, it is.
I like that.
Well, number 2. Madam Chairman, I also comment that someone going 55 miles an hour has 2 to 3 seconds to read the sign. They may not be able to see one with all the stuff in it. Number 2 is crystal clear.
Okay, well, anybody else want to comment, since we're all divided here? All right.
We do have the motion and
It's a
second on the
motion for
floor.
number 1.
For number 1 with a slight modification.
Modifications, correct.
All right, the motion's on the floor for number 1 with the modification to add welcome to on the top. All in favor of sign 1 with the modification, raise your hand. It's 8, it passes.
It's a long time, so I want this done.
Thank you, Gene. Gene.
To drive 278 and tell me if you can read it.
Yeah, really.
I'll go 90 for you.
You can go 80, you won't read it at 55, but okay.
They don't go
That's fine.
55, they go 60
I
or
know,
65.
that's okay. All right, you got number 1, but
Well,
add
listen.
welcome to.
Yeah, well, he knows the combo. Gene, before you go, wait a minute, come back here. Madam Chairman,
I think they need more than 5 signs.
are all these people upset with us that are leaving? They didn't want number 1? I'm
No,
kidding.
she said they like sign 2.
All right, listen, thank you. Gene,
voted.
but before you leave, thank you for your passion and commitment to staying with this. I think it's a great job. We appreciate it.
Great, my pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So you and Jared have your work cut out for you.
Yep.
And if SCDOT says it's too busy or whatever, you'll be back at us. Well, we have to abide by the state, yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, 10B, this is this is what Mr. Moore talked about. In accordance with Resolution 2025/70, approval of the Transportation Advisory Committee, affectionately known as TAC, and the appointments that are listed in the packet. I'd like a motion to approve the Transportation Advisory
I
Committee.
will make that motion.
I'll second it.
Mr. Passman made the motion, Mr. McKellen seconded first. Mr. Dawson gets a 2.5 second, we're good. Anybody comment, question? All the names are in the packet, I mean, I could read them if we wanted to. Can you make those bigger? I really can't see that.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like half blind, I don't have it in my thing here. What page, oh, okay. All right, so, a little bit bigger, I'm still blind here. Okay, there you go. So Gerald Dawson has Joseph Klein and David Bartholomew, Councilman Bartholomew, Paul Trask, and Mr. Glover recommended Anthony Jones. Ms. Howard recommended Elizabeth Sanders. Mr. Passman has Jeremy Reeves. Jeremy Reeves, okay. I recommended Craig Forrest. Logan Cunningham recommended Bill Rickett. Paula Brown recommended Joy Coe. Mark Lawson recommended Matt Harder, thank you. I just can't read that. And then, Mr. McKellen recommended Charles Perry, sorry. And Mr. Reitz recommended Jennifer Erickson. The city of Beaufort recommended Grady Woods. Town of Port Royal recommended Gary Freeman. Town of Bluffton recommended Lisa Sulka. And the town of Hilton Head put forward Glenn Stanford. That is the TAC, Transportation Advisory Committee, 15 members to seat. Any discussion on the motion? All right, approving the TAC. All right, it's unanimous, thank you. And they will start February 4th, did you say, Mr. Moore? At 5:30? That's correct. All right, in the ECR. That's in the admin building for the public. All right, ordinance for third reading, 2025/53 is an ordinance authorizing the acceptance and possible eminent domain associated with a drainage easement located in Rivers End subdivision identified as open area in Plat Book 59 at page 118. The vote at public facilities on November 17th, 8-0. The vote at first reading of this council, December 8th, was 9-0. And the vote at second reading, which was a public hearing, January 12th, was 11-0. I'd like a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Passman. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. Anybody, it's open to council, question, comment? For the public, we've talked about this and it's been explained to us. Anybody, question, comment? Online? Nope. All right. I'll call for the question. All those in favor of ordinance 2025/53, raise your hand, please. All right, thank you, everybody. Ordinance for second reading. We only had one for third reading, so we're moving. Ordinance for second reading. And I am not going to read all these numbers. You all can read it, but it's 2026/01, an ordinance amending the zoning map for 231.58 acres. They're all listed here, et cetera, from S1 T2R, T3HN, T4HC, C4 CCMU, and C5 RCMU, all to T1 NP. The vote at Natural Resource Committee on November 3rd was 6-2. The vote at first reading and public hearing of this council on January 12th was 7-4. And at the October 6th meeting, the Planning Commission voted unanimously 9-0 to recommend approval.
I'd like to make the most, I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Glover makes a motion, Ms. Howard seconded it. Anybody have a question, comment, or?
Yep.
Yes, Mr.
How
McGowan.
many properties are listed in the 231 acres, and why are we doing this?
Okay, all right, Mr. Atkinson, we discussed this at council. Come on up, Mr. Atkinson.
He wasn't here.
Lay it on him.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's a good question the public probably wants to know too. Go ahead.
A brief summary, Chuck, would be.
Yes, sir. So all of these properties were purchased with rural and critical lands funds. Within the rural and critical ordinance and within our comp plan, it has a stated goal of preservation for those properties. Because of all the different current zoning designations, what we're doing is dropping it to the lowest density, which is the nature preserve. And that makes the zoning match the purpose for which we purchased the properties.
This is all conservation.
Yes, sir.
How many properties?
16.
They're all over the place.
Sir.
And now doing this makes it easier to,
It only makes, so it really, the county is not going to develop the properties. It just makes the underlying zoning match the intent of both the ordinance and the comp plan.
okay,
Yes,
thank you
sir.
very much.
For consistency.
Yes.
Anybody else question, comment, while we have Mr. Atkins captive? All right,
Madam Chairman, I move that we grant the request for rezoning for the following reasons. One, is consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive code and the purpose for the development code. Two, is not in conflict with provisions of the development code and or other code of ordinance. Three, it does address a demonstrated community need. Four, is required by change conditions. Five, is compatible with existing and proposed use of land surrounding this land. And six, would not adversely affect nearby land. Seven, it would result in logical and orderly development patterns. Eight, would not result in adverse impact on the natural environment, both water, air, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and the natural functioning of the environment. And number nine, it would result in a development that is adequately served by public facilities, streets, potable water, sewer, stormwater management, solid waste collection, and disposal, schools, parks, police, fire, emergency medical facilities. Yeah.
Before we vote on that, there was another question here at this end of the table.
go ahead.
If that's possible before we, okay.
You need a second first, and then you get.
Okay, thank you.
You second it?
No.
Oh,
I'll second it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Reeds.
The only thing I want to ask, and I believe, Mr. Atkins, it's been discussed already, all the background on this has been done. All the players involved, they're not former members of council, they're not anything. All that background on all these properties has been delved into, and we know that it's, tell me about that.
Yes, sir. So Beaufort County currently owns all of these properties. We're not purchasing anything. We
Excellent.
already own all of them.
Perfect. Listen, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah, I mean, I voted against this before, I voted against it now. We own the property. My biggest fear, one, we just read a whole list of reasons that we should do it, but nobody can tell me where all 15 of these properties are up here outside of you. But yet we read a piece of paper that says it won't do X, Y, and Z, and we gave it a thumbs up, but we have no clue what's surrounding these 15 pieces of property. Nobody up here can say we know all of them. So I don't know how we are able to read that and support that. That's one. Two, my biggest fear is we own the property already. So, and we can't build on it legally. We could be sued, and we should be sued if we build on it. My biggest fear is when we start changing the zoning on this, how does it affect the other property owners around it? So that's my biggest fear, because I don't know where all 15 of these are. I don't know what the surrounding areas are. So, but yeah, surrounding land does impact the value of property. So that's my only fear behind it. I don't want it to be built on. We control it already. So I understand streamlining it just for our book's sake, but if it's hurting other property values around it for landowners, then I feel like I'm infringing on somebody's personal rights.
Question. Yeah, this is part of the inventory of our resources, right? Of all the things we own. So if we wanted to offload this to somebody else, if we wanted to sell it, would we have to rezone it again?
So, no, you would not have to rezone it to sell it. The applicant or whoever's buying it and then makes application would have the burden for doing that, or it would get really complicated and involve a development agreement, but it would take a supermajority of council to sell a rural and critical property, and that money, all the proceeds would have to go back into the Rural and Critical Lands program.
So if it was for preservation, we really couldn't sell it to a developer who would ask for rezoning to build on it, because our purpose in buying it was to save it from development. So who would we sell it to? A fishing camp? I mean, what, you know?
So I don't have a crystal ball to look 30 years down in the future, but it's very difficult to sell one of these properties, correct?
Although, I will say that there are people who would maybe want to buy it if they owned adjacent land. In the packet, Madam Chairman, I'd like to point out, all of these are in the packet with the proposed zoning and the existing zoning. So all the locations are in the
The
packet.
maps are in there, yes.
All the maps are in there, yeah.
Any downside to, I mean, we can't sell these, quite frankly. So we're down zoning them just so they're all the same, but now that they're all the same, this is accelerating conservation. Are we gonna make passive parks out of them? Are we gonna do anything with them? What, are we gonna just leave them vacant?
Yes, right?
Who said yes?
I did.
You gonna just leave them vacant?
Am I right, Chuck?
So I can answer the question. So you have a few options as council. One, as we just stated, you could liquidate them under the circumstances that I just described, or you can make them available to the public so that they can have access. You can call it a park, you can call it access, whatever you want to call it. But the purpose behind the referendum and the purpose behind the purchase is conservation. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Bartholomew?
So I understand the intended goal behind this. I've been no from Jump Street since this thing came forward. You know, we had tasked staff to go back and look at properties in the county inventory to talk about land swaps and what was available, to what we could help with Habitat for Humanity. And, you know, if there's no threat of development, I would rather leave the options open without having to add the extra layer of bureaucracy and council to have to come back and rezone or do development agreements or anything with these properties. If it can't be developed, just leave the underlying zoning alone. So if future councils or even this council wants to sell, land swap, something with that land, it still maintains its marketability rather than having to go through the rezoning process. I think, knowing what I know, as soon as we downzone these to the T1N, it's going to be much more difficult to get it up to where it needs to go if we ever do decide to sell it back to the original zoning or something else. So I would just leave it alone if it can't be developed. And like I said, to me, that maintains the marketability for future counts.
I have a
Howard,
comment.
Go ahead.
I'll give you a good example of one that could be developed, and the town of Port Royal cooperated with the county. Across from Parker's at Savannah Highway and Highway 21, there's a piece of property that was preserved with the rural and critical lands. It also contains a great place for drainage before it goes into Battery Creek. It was not purchased for stormwater drainage. It was purchased to preserve it. It is developable. They could have filled it in and developed it. It's right across from Parker's. It's at the entrance of Shell Point neighborhood, but it is preserved through this program. And that's another reason for another layer, I think, of the preservation zoning, because someone someday will say, I could develop that. It was already somebody who said, I can develop that, but it was preserved. So I kindly disagree with my fellow council member on that. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah, just to piggyback on what David said, and I guess I a little bit disagree with Alice on that. The point is, it's already in rural and critical, so for it to be developed, we would have to sell it. The only way anybody's gonna sell that is if somebody offers us amount of acres that we could never afford to purchase again. I mean, if somebody brings forward 4,000 acres for us to be able to preserve in Beaufort County, that's the only way you're ever gonna see somebody say, okay, I'll give up this property that's 7 acres. But it still takes a supermajority. It would take 9 people to get that done. Still, you hold the value of the land like David said, so.
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead.
I want to agree with Ms. Howard. When the Rural and Critical Land Program got started, initiated, a lot of citizens were really concerned about reselling. And we basically said to them, no, the property is going in conservation. It will be in there in perpetuity. This just adds another layer of protection. Council has the right to do whatever they want to do, but this just give it another layer of protection. So I support the comments that was made by Mrs. Howard.
Anybody else?
So the change gives another layer of protection. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Can someone explain to me how? Because if it takes a supermajority to sell it, it's gonna take a majority again to change the zoning. So if we downzone it, we can zone it right back up to still sell it. So how does this give another layer of protection? Because that's only a simple majority to change the zoning. You're gonna need a supermajority to sell it. So how does a simple majority give an extra layer of protection for something that already needs supermajority?
And, you know, my comment is, this is already in rural and critical. We put it in there, we used the money that the public gave us to purchase and put it in there. I don't see us selling it. This has nothing to do with all the other lots we talked about, Habitat for Humanity. They're not in rural and critical. We did try a swap once with rural and critical to put a parks on 170, and the answer was absolutely, positively 0. So I think it's already protected. I don't see the need for the extra layer. That's my opinion.
Can I ask one more question?
Yep.
Is the intent behind this in order to prevent council from, or to make it more difficult to sell?
In the future.
No. So I'll state the goal of staff again. And by the way, this is not the first time we have done this. We are following suit with how council has approached this in the past. So staff is bringing this forward. We have a program, the Rural and Critical Program. It has stated goals. We have a comp plan that has stated goals for conservation through that program. Staff is bringing this forward, saying we're doing our job to make it match the stated goals so that you don't have a high-density zoning district owned through a program that has stated goals that are the opposite of what the zoning is. Does it change it? No. Does it create more hurdles? If you have enough votes to sell it, you probably have enough votes to do whatever you want on it. It just makes it match. It makes it clean, and it makes the program, all the properties within the program have exactly the same underlying zoning. That's all it does.
To be clear, I'm
Chairman?
not upset
Oh.
about staff, just to be clear about that. I understand you're following the same protocol, just talking through. We've done a lot of things in the past that we're trying to, talk through and clean up over the years as changes happen. So I just want that to be clear.
No problem, I got it.
He doesn't take offense.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Just one last question, Chairman.
Reeds.
To personal property rights. To go back to what Councilman Cunningham had to say, did we do the work with the neighboring properties and how a downzoning of what we're discussing tonight would affect them? Would we effectively take away certain rights of adjoining or adjacent properties?
So, I'm not an appraiser, but I'm happy to share my thoughts on that. Appraisals are done based on comps. If you take no action, there is no comp there, right? So how could it affect a neighboring property if you don't sell it and have a comp to affect their value? But if you really want to get down in the weeds on that, I would refer us to an appraiser and have them make comment about the values of the property. Oh, that makes sense.
I think that's perfect sense. Thank you.
All right, any other comment, question? All right, I'm gonna call for the vote. All in favor of this ordinance 2026/01, please raise your hand. If you're in favor of the ordinance. You got 2 online, 3, 4. Okay, all opposed? Larry, you're opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion fails. Thank you, everybody. Good discussion, good engagement. Okay, ordinance for first reading, 2026/02, an ordinance authorizing county administrator to execute the necessary documents and provide funding for the purchase of real property located at 1451 Ryboat Road, TMS number R110-009-000-0031-0000 from Drayton Parker Companies LLC in the amount of $700,000 plus closing costs. The vote at Finance Administration Economic Development Committee on January 20th was 9-0.
So moved.
I'll make the
Madam
motion. Madam Chairman.
Chair. I'll let Alice do it.
Okay, Ms. Howard makes a motion.
I'll make the second.
Mr. Bartholomew seconds. Any question or anybody need a discussion on this? We can, nope, we're all good. All right, all in favor of this motion 2026-02? Raise your hand. All right, thank you. All right, that's the end of our ordinances, and we have one resolution. Before I get to that, I do want to recognize Hilton Head Town Council member Melinda Tunner. I'd like to recognize our elected officials when they're here, so thank you for coming. 2026/01, a resolution of Beaufort County Council adopting a step pay scale, amending section 4.1 of the Beaufort County Personnel Handbook, AKA Compensation Plan, and authorizing implementation with a retroactive effective date. Can I have a motion?
So moved. Yeah, I second it.
All right, who made the motion? I didn't hear.
I did.
Mr.
Joe.
Passmo moved, Ms. Glover seconds.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to have you talk about it. I mean, we've been through this, but feel free to talk. Go.
Yeah, so as a reminder, we did go over this. We brought in Dr. Campbell with the Management Advisory Group back in October in our personnel workshop. Had a good discussion on that. We also mentioned it again in the budget workshop in November, and received the feedback from council that there would be a desire to go with staff's recommendation to implement this in January versus waiting until July. So the policy is in there just as it was presented with MAG, along with the step scale and the cost, the fiscal impact, which I think Sarah's pulling up right now for you all. But I do want to just note for the record to be clear that this is not the merit policy. That is going to come later with an anticipated live date of July 1. But this is the step scale and to transition our current workforce to get them on step. The fiscal impact was roughly $587,000 that would be secured with vacancy savings that we currently have on the books. So I will open that up for any questions that you may have for me.
Any questions for Ms. Mead? Questions, comments? Mr. Cunningham?
Just one quick question. Mr. McEllen talked about a step program. Is this in keeping in line with his?
That's what this is.
Well, this
It's
isn't.
it's
but
a
it
little
will be.
different. Yes. So this is what we feel fits Beaufort County versus the federal, and we chatted a little about that in the workshop. So the federal pay scales are a little more condensed because you don't give step increases every year. In turn, they give spot bonuses and other things like that that we're not permitted to. So that's why you see a wider step scale, so we can apply step increases every year for our employees.
Every year, right through to all 20?
Correct. Correct.
Feds do the first 3 every year, and then after that, it's the next 3 every 2 years, and then
Right.
the next 3 every 3 years.
Right.
Right, they give awards and bonuses and things like that. Don't do that.
Correct.
Good.
All right, other question?
Yeah, well, every year then, the raises are based on what, a COLA inflation or a more moderate?
So this moving up in your step scales is going to play into your merit based on your performance evaluations. But we will also have COLAs for consideration, and when we have COLAs, we would raise the scale with the COLA.
Yeah, I got it.
And the impact is almost 600,000, which will have to be talked about during budget. But, well, this is retroactive.
Council
Yes.
Chair, just a reminder to council, this is one of the initiatives that you guys set forth for us for building into the fiscal year 27 budget.
Oh, that voice from above is our
Too,
CFO.
like,
Who is that?
That's our CFO, Mrs. Harriet. It's not God, it's Mrs. Harriet. Okay.
That's
It was
great.
kind of weird because you just voiced in
Yeah.
Mrs. Harriet and we didn't know.
Thank you.
who
So
you were.
sorry.
That's okay. All right, any other comment, question from council?
Yeah,
Yeah, Mr. Cunningham.
I guess one, you guys already answered with the fiscal impact. Are we looking at having, still not changing the millage, raising any taxes? We're able to fit this into our budget, was my first one. Secondly, are we going to backfill employees that have been here for X amount of years? What does the process look like for that?
So Catherine, I'll take question number 1. No, we will not adjust the millage. This will be absorbed by vacancy lag in the current year budget to get the retroactive to January 3rd. And then we'll plan for the, Catherine, correct me, the merit plan come July 1.
correct.
And it will be built into fiscal year 27's budget. Does that help? Logan?
Oh, that's exactly what I was hoping you'd say, so that's perfect.
All right, Mr. Glover, you had something else?
No, I just want to make sure my support, I'm going to support the motion. It'll automatically put the money in the budget.
I'll let Pinky chime in on
Not
that.
automatic, yeah.
Mr. Glover, the funds are currently in the current year budget. We're just going to utilize vacancy lag to implement the step plan. Effective January 3rd, is that right, Catherine?
Correct.
And then we're gonna build in the merit plan come July 1 in fiscal year 27's budget.
Thank you.
Of course.
Did we get an answer for the second part of my question?
Oh, I'm sorry, can you repeat
Yeah,
that
you're
for me?
good. Just, what about the people that have already been here for 5, 6, 7 years? Is there gonna be, what's the process for that?
So the way we've implemented and placed people on their step is where they currently fall in their range as it stands now. And we took a look at the internal equity when we did our last class and comp study. So that has maintained as far as their internal equity. And then we were just rounding them up to the next step closest to their current salary, just for implementation purposes only.
And this is all county employees that work for Beaufort County?
All county employees that fall under our class and comp plan.
And I do want to thank you. I know this has been a lot of work.
Yes.
A lot of work, and
They did
you've done a great job
yeah.
explaining it. And kudos to our employees who will benefit from this.
Absolutely. They are already very excited. We are getting many phone calls. So we're ready to implement as soon as we can get your blessing.
So this
you
is
so
a
much.
resolution. Can we have a vote on this, please? All in favor? If you're not, you're going to get mugged in the parking lot. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mead. All right, that concludes our short agenda, and we are adjourned.
Right.